Tunggu aja share screen-an. Yang 5. distinguished speakers, respected university leaders, honorable lecturers, and participants, a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the Scientific Writing, a seminar, national and international publications organized by the Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology, Binawan University. My name is Walitriani Gulto, and it is my pleasure to serve as your Master of Ceremony for today's event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere appreciations for your participation in this seminar. We hope that today's seminar will provide valuable insights and practical knowledge on scientific writing and publication strategies for both national and international journals. Before we begin, may I kindly ask everyone to set their mobile phones to silent mode? Thank you. Before we proceed to the prayer session, we will first sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. May I kindly invite all distinguished guests, speakers, faculty members, and participants to rise for the singing of our national anthem. Please stand. Thank you. Mr. Rashid Arizona, the floor is yours. Okay, you may now sit down.
Yang baik harapan kebersihan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Segala puji bagi Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang telah melimpahkan rahmat, nikmat, kesehatan dan kesempatan kepada kita semua sehingga pada hari ini kita dapat hadir dalam kegiatan seminar scientific writing for national and international publication dalam keadaan sehat dan walafiat. Wassalamualaikum kepada keluarga. Pada kesempatan yang baik ini kami memohon kepadamu, limpahkanlah keberkahan dan ridho atas terselenggaranya seminar ini. Jadikanlah kegiatannya sebagai wadah sarana untuk menimba ilmu, wawasan dan keterampilan kami dalam menulis karya ilmiah yang dapat bermanfaat bagi perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan serta kemajuan bangsa dan negara. Ya Allah, bukakanlah pintu-pintu ilmu dan pemahaman bagi kami. Anugerahkanlah kepada para narasumber kemampuan untuk menyampaikan ilmu kepada kami, supaya mudah dipahami. Karuniakan kepada kami, ya Allah, sebagai peserta, kesungguhan dalam belajar, kecerdasan dalam memahami materi, serta kemampuan untuk mengamalkan dan mengembangkan ilmu yang sudah diperoleh. Ya Allah yang Maha Bijaksana, bimbinglah kami agar mampu menghasilkan serta memberikan manfaat yang luas bagi masyarakat. Jadikanlah setiap tulisan dan penelitian yang kami hasilkan, mudahkanlah segala urusan kami dalam menempuh pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Berikanlah kekuatan, ketekunan, dan semangat kepada kami untuk terus berkarya dan berkontribusi melalui publikasi ilmiah di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Patisena, for the beautiful prayer. We shall now proceed to the next agenda. We will now proceed to the first welcoming remarks. It is my honor to invite Dr. Sandra Habib Afizal, MSc, MHAPN, to deliver opening remarks. Dr. Sandra, the floor is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, because Loli delivered the MC in English, so I'll try to give the opening speech by using English because we are internationally and digitally nation and berakhlak. Okay. Good morning, teman-teman. Yeah, my students. I think all of us here is more than half is our students, right? Okay. And thank you very much for Bu Oki, Setia Pertiwi as the first speaker, and also Ibu Eroni as the welcome, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof. Welcome to Prof. Daniel. Welcome to our university. Okay, just have a seat. We just open the lectures. Okay. And thank you so much for our distinguished speaker, Prof. Daniel J. Hoffman from Rutgers University, State University in New Jersey, right? Yeah. Okay. And thank you so much for all lecturers and all of our students. Let us pray and say Alhamdulillah. Thanks for God to give me to attend this session today. And I would like to thank you to all of the committee who prepares everything here, and also my sincere and appreciation to all of the students who also come here today, yeah, and also to the all of our lecturers. Yeah, thank you for coming. And this year we are focusing on this theme, yeah, the scientific writing, the seminar for national and international public. Yeah, as we want to increase our national journal or international journal. So we hope today we will get more knowledge from you, and because you come here very far from the United States, so we are very thankful for that. And we are honored and welcome you here. Welcome to our campus here. So we hope that we will start the seminar today, and please enjoy that. And thank you. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oh, I'm sorry. On behalf of our rector, she sends her regards to you, and we hope that our vice rector will come very soon. Okay, thank you very much.
Next, ladies and gentlemen, we are invited to begin the first session of today's scientific writing seminar. Scientific publication plays a vital role in advancing knowledge, fostering innovation, and enhancing academic careers. However, many researchers and students often face challenges in transforming their research findings into publishable articles. Therefore, our first session will focus on practical strategies for publishing articles in national journals, covering important aspects of the publication process and tips for increasing the chances of successful publication. To share her expertise on this topic, we are privileged to welcome an accomplished academic and public health researcher. It is my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Oki Asetya Pratiwi, SKM. Dr. Oki Asetya Pratiwi is a lecturer in the Master of Public Health program at Binawan University and a public health expert specializing in environmental health and health risk assessment. She earned her doctoral degree in public health from Universitas Indonesia in 2025 and has more than 10 years of experience in academia, research, and public health practice. Her areas of expertise include environmental health, epidemiology, health risk assessment, machine learning application in public health, occupational health and safety, as well as targeting and nutritional risk factors. Dr. Oki has authored numerous scientific publications in both national and international journals and has actively contributed to various research projects and public health initiatives in Indonesia. Today, he will deliver a presentation entitled Strategi Publikasi Artikel pada Jurnal Nasional. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Oki Asetya Pratiwi, SKM MKM. Doctor, the floor is yours. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Honorable Prof. Daniel J. Hoffman from River University, and then Bapak Ibu Dekan dan Kaprodi serta jajarannya, serta rekan-rekan dosen dan mahasiswa Universitas Binawan yang saya banggakan. Izinkan saya untuk presentasi menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Baik, hari ini kita akan membahas terkait dengan systematic writing strategies for publishing article in national journal. Jadi hari ini kita akan membagi menjadi beberapa sesi. Yang pertama dengan introduction and benefit of publication. Why and then what and where gitu ya. We must be published about the national journal, gitu ya. Kemudian juga kait dengan journal research platform and tools, gitu. Jadi kita akan melihat juga terkait dengan platform yang kita bisa gunakan ataupun tools yang bisa kita gunakan ketika ingin kita men-search jurnal
khususnya untuk yang bahasa Indonesia ataupun yang jurnal nasional gitu ya. Tapi juga dengan jurnal internasional nantinya. Kemudian part yang ketiga adalah terkait dengan systematic writing, kemudian juga terkait dengan structural, bagaimana kita menulis artikel jurnal dalam bentuk untuk jurnal nasional. Kemudian yang terakhir adalah terkait dengan publication strategi and research ethic gitu ya. Jadi selain kita memang melakukan publikasi, sangat penting juga terkait dengan etik pada publikasi tersebut. Oke, ini yang pertama adalah terkait dengan dasar scientific publication.
kasih Pak.
Malas.
Payung misalnya seperti itu kan akan lebih lengkap, kemudian juga lebih komprehensif gitu ya, sehingga juga lebih spesifik dan informatif gitu. Oke, nah ini selanjutnya adalah tadi yang di bagian introduction gitu ya. Selamat siang, Prof. Ya, izin melanjutkan. Jadi terkait dengan struktural ketika kita menulis abstraksi gitu ya teman-teman, di sini harus metodenya, kemudian juga ada key result gitu ya. Jadi ada kata kunci dari hasilnya itu sendiri, juga ada conclusion di dalam abstrak gitu. Nah, biasanya untuk abstrak itu sendiri terdiri dari 150 sampai 250 kata, dan ini perlu teman-teman perhatikan gitu. Oke, nah ini sebagai contoh gitu ya abstrak. Jadi misalnya tadi sesuai dengan judul yang kita bahas sebelumnya terkait dengan mikroplastik, maka teman-teman membuat abstraknya itu harus menyesuaikan mulai dari latar belakang yang ada masalahnya gitu ya. Kemudian di bagian latar belakang itu juga ada tujuannya. Kemudian ada metode, hal, kemudian kesimpulan, dan juga ada kata kunci yang sesuai dengan artikel penelitian kita. Oke, nah ini terkait juga dengan menulis pendahuluan. Jadi ketika kita ingin menulis pendahuluan, maka teman-teman harus memperhatikan terkait dengan biasanya pendahuluan yang baik itu dimulai dari masalah global terlebih dahulu. Jadi teman-teman membahasnya masalah yang di dunia seperti apa, yang di internasional seperti apa, kemudian nanti masuk ranahnya ke ranah nasional gitu. Jadi di Indonesia juga masalahnya seperti apa, baru lokal spesifik gitu. Nah, itu akan lebih baik karena berurutan gitu ya. Kemudian juga kita juga menuliskan terkait dengan gap penelitiannya. Apa sih yang menjadi masalah, apa yang tidak sesuai dengan harapan kondisi di lapangan dengan apa yang kita hadapi saat sekarang gitu ya. Kemudian yang terakhir adalah tujuan dari penelitiannya gitu. Jadi di dalam pendahuluan ini adalah pokoknya gitu yang harus kita tulis gitu ya, mulai dari masalahnya, kemudian dari gap penelitiannya seperti apa, dan tujuan dari penelitiannya. Oke, nah ini terkait dengan metode. Jadi dalam metode tadi kita sudah masuk di pendahuluan, kemudian masuk ke metode. Metode yang harus teman-teman tulis di bagian metode adalah bagian desain penelitian. Jadi desain penelitiannya itu bisa desain yang sifatnya kuantitatif, kualitatif gitu ya. Kemudian juga kalau misalnya teman-teman ternyata menggunakan penelitian yang sifatnya eksperimental atau yang sifatnya survei, itu dituliskan di bagian metode. Gitu. Kemudian terkait juga dengan populasi dan sampelnya, itu juga perlu dijelaskan. Kalau misalnya ada kriteria baik inklusi maupun eksklusi juga disampaikan di bagian metode. Kemudian juga terkait dengan teknik pengumpulan data, itu juga perlu disampaikan di bagian metode. Apakah kita menggunakan sifatnya wawancara ataukah sifatnya observasi misalnya gitu ya, atau menggunakan kuesioner seperti itu. Nah, kemudian juga di bagian metode kita juga menuliskan instrumen kita pakai. Apakah kita menggunakan kuesioner ataukah ada alat ukur yang digunakan, itu juga kita sampaikan di dalam metode gitu. Itu harus jelas gitu ya. Nah, kemudian adalah terkait dengan teknik analisisnya juga disampaikan di bagian metode. Oke, nah selanjutnya adalah bagian hasil gitu. Di bagian hasil kita hanya menyajikan sesuai dengan apa yang kita dapatkan. Jadi hasil memang benar-benar hasil, kemudian di pembahasan baru analisisnya. Kecuali misalnya satu artikel penelitian template-nya itu menggabungkan antara hasil dan discussion. Maka teman-teman bisa langsung menuliskan hasilnya seperti apa dengan pembahasannya digabungkan. Tapi kalau seandainya template-nya dipisah, maka tadi harus dipisahkan. Oke, nah di bagian pembahasan ini berkaitan tadi resultnya mungkin kita bahas secara singkat, kemudian kita compare nanti dengan penelitian yang lain gitu ya, yang sebelumnya, dan ada penjelasan dari penulis itu sendiri gitu. Dan yang terakhir yang cukup penting adalah bagaimana implikasi hasil dari penelitian kita kepada hasil dari penelitian kemudian kepada masyarakat itu seperti apa implikasinya. Nah, yang terakhir adalah terkait dengan kesimpulan gitu ya. Jadi ini yang ibaratnya dalam satu kesimpulan kita harus menuliskan terkait dengan menjawab tujuan penelitian. Karena kita tadi di awal sudah menuliskan tujuan penelitian kita, maka di kesimpulan pun kita harus bisa menjawab dari tujuan penelitian yang kita ajukan. Kemudian sifatnya juga ringkas dan padat gitu ya. Dan kalau bisa tidak mengulang keseluruhan dari hasil penelitian. Jadi memang kita ringkas atau diparafrase gitu ya terkait dengan kesimpulan. Dan yang terakhir adalah juga terkait dengan manajemen referensi. Ini juga cukup penting karena beberapa jurnal juga biasanya akan meminta istilahnya daftar referensi yang terbaru gitu ya. Kalau bisa teman-teman ketika menulis artikel penelitian gunakanlah referensi 5 sampai 10 tahun terakhir gitu. Oke, nah ini juga terkait dengan yang terakhir adalah juga terkait dengan publikasi strateginya seperti apa gitu ya ketika kita ingin melakukan publikasi di jurnal nasional. Tadi sudah disinggung-singgung juga dari awal jurnal penelitian. Yang pertama adalah kita melakukan submission gitu ya. Ketika kita misalnya ingin melakukan submission, maka naskahnya tadi harus sesuai dengan template jurnal tersebut gitu ya. Kemudian juga harus ada kelengkapan dokumen yang diminta harus sesuai, maka itu harus kita sempurnakan. Nah, yang kedua biasanya setelah melakukan submission itu biasanya juga tidak hanya kita mengupload artikel penelitian kita, tapi juga biasanya harus menulis atau mengisi form yang disesuaikan dari jurnal penelitian gitu ya. Nah, kemudian yang kedua juga ada desk review. Jadi setelah kita melakukan submission, biasanya nanti dari jurnal tersebut akan membalas. Yang pertama tuh biasanya yang membalas itu baru admin dari jurnal atau editornya gitu. Jadi kalau misalnya dari admin sudah lolos, maka baru bisa dilanjutkan ke editor jurnal gitu. Nah, biasanya kalau untuk pengecekan desk review itu lebih kepada scoop-nya gitu ya. Jadi beberapa list dari artikel tersebut atau dari jurnal tersebut tujuannya apa saja, itu yang akan diperhatikan. Kemudian biasanya dari admin maupun editor itu juga akan melihat terkait dengan format maupun juga template yang apakah sesuai atau tidak dengan jurnal penelitian yang kita tuju. Kalau misalnya tidak sesuai, maka biasanya langsung di reject gitu. Walaupun isinya udah bagus, tapi kalau nggak sesuai template biasanya langsung reject. Jadi teman-teman perlu memperhatikan template dari jurnal tersebut gitu ya. Nah, yang ketiga adalah terkait dengan similarity dan plagiarism. Nah, ini cukup penting. Jadi biasanya kalau upayakanlah teman-teman ketika ingin melakukan submission ke satu jurnal, itu kita cek dulu Turnitinnya misalnya gitu. Apakah memang biasanya kalau jurnal itu akan menerima kurang dari 20%. Nah, kalau misalnya plagiarisme ataupun kemiripan yang cukup tinggi, biasanya itu akan dikembalikan kepada peneliti gitu. Sehingga teman-teman harus cek sering-sering web dari jurnal yang kita tuju gitu. Apakah ada respon dari editor maupun dari admin gitu untuk yang tahap pertama gitu ya. Kemudian baru masuk ke peer review. Jadi kalau seandainya kita sudah lolos dari admin, dari editor gitu ya, nah itu baru bisa masuk ke dalam tahapan di review oleh reviewer gitu. Kalau enggak, biasanya udah langsung kena reject gitu. Oke, nah kemudian biasanya di reviewer akan dilihat terkait dengan substansi secara keseluruhan. Nah, baru setelah itu masuk ke tahapan editor decision. Jadi sembari biasanya gitu ya, kalau misalnya reviewer membahas terkait dengan substansi, nah editor pun juga akan membahas ataupun melihat dari artikel penelitian tersebut apakah sesuai atau tidak, ataukah sudah terjawab dari saran dan dari reviewer yang sudah disampaikan gitu. Nah, setelah itu biasanya sembari juga dengan revisi. Kalau seandainya artikel penelitian kita terkategori sudah baik, ya mungkin kita sekali submit, kemudian ada satu revisi, dikembalikan terus kita perbaiki, itu bisa langsung accepted. Tapi kalau kadang-kadang ada juga bisa berulang kali gitu ya, dan itu mau tidak mau harus sabar gitu teman-teman. Apalagi kalau misalnya kita memang targeted jurnalnya itu misalnya Sinta 3 ke atas gitu, khusus untuk yang nasional gitu ya. Karena yang mau submit di jurnal tersebut biasanya juga cukup banyak gitu, antriannya cukup panjang. Jadi kalau misalnya saya sebagai editor gitu ya, list jurnal itu sebenarnya cukup banyak, tapi memang digilir satu-satu untuk di-review seperti itu gitu. Nah, kemudian juga baru ke tahap publikasi. Jadi kalau misalnya sudah di-accept, maka baru bisa kita terima terkait dengan misalnya dari email gitu ya, balasan bahwa di-accept, kemudian baru bisa dipublikasi. Misalnya sesuai nanti kapan jurnal tersebut terbitnya gitu. Jadi ini kemungkinan keputusan dari editor gitu ya, ataupun reviewer, apakah nanti dia di-accept ataupun ada minor revisi. Biasanya kalau misalnya sekali submit langsung accepted itu jarang ya, tapi kemungkinan juga ada kalau misalnya memang artikelnya sudah sangat baik. Nah, yang kedua yang cukup sering juga diterima terkait dengan minor revision gitu. Jadi biasanya kalau seandainya artikel kita sudah sesuaikan dengan template, kemudian juga artikel kita juga sudah cukup baik isinya gitu ya, sesuai tadi yang dengan imbrat gitu, kemudian metode yang disampaikan juga jelas, kemudian populasi sampelnya juga jelas, mencukupi misalnya, maka itu biasanya hanya minor revision gitu. Nah, kemudian baru kalau ada juga yang hasil keputusannya itu adalah major gitu. Nah, ini biasanya butuh waktu berulang kali untuk melakukan revisi. Dan yang terakhir adalah yang rejected gitu. Bisa jadi kemungkinan bukan karena misalnya penelitian kita tidak bagus, tapi tadi jurnal masing-masing punya kekhasannya gitu ya. Template-nya harus sesuai. Misalnya kemudian tadi ada jurnal yang mau hanya menerima sampel dengan total 100 tadi misalnya seperti itu. Maka kalau misalnya kurang itu tidak diterima. Padahal sebenarnya tulisan kita juga sudah baik gitu. Oke. Nah, untuk tips menghadapi reviewer gitu ya ataupun editor, jadi teman-teman harus memahami terkait dengan komentar yang diberikan oleh reviewer ataupun editor. Jadi ketika kita mensubmit artikel, kemudian kita diberikan satu saran gitu ya, maka kita harus perbaiki sesuai dengan saran dari reviewer ataupun editor tersebut. Karena kalau enggak juga pasti akan di-reject gitu. Nah, kalau misalnya kita sudah lakukan perbaikan, maka kita bisa membuat satu template gitu ya atau tabel yang bisa menuliskan apa yang menjadi komentar dari reviewer, kemudian bagian mana yang kita revisi, mana bagian yang kita perbaiki, di halaman berapa misalnya, itu akan memudahkan reviewer ataupun editor untuk menilai untuk tahapan selanjutnya gitu. Oke, nah kemudian juga bersikap terkait dengan sopan gitu ya. Jadi ketika kita membalas email pun itu juga jangan juga kita tidak baik gitu ketika membalas email, itu juga cukup penting gitu. Oke, nah ini proses submission gitu ya tadi, mulai dari kita menyiapkan guideline-nya harus sesuai dengan template, kemudian juga siapkan juga biasanya template-nya itu ada yang dihapus untuk nama autornya gitu ya, karena biasanya untuk dikirimkan ke reviewer itu sifatnya blank gitu, jadi reviewernya tidak tahu siapa yang menjadi penulis dari artikel tersebut, karena bisa jadi kan reviewer ini misalnya dia dosen juga gitu ya, kemudian ada dosen lain yang melakukan submission di jurnal tersebut karena tahu namanya, oh ini teman saya, nah itu tidak boleh, makanya harus dihapuskan namanya supaya reviewernya tidak tahu ataupun editornya juga tidak tahu gitu. Nah, siapa yang melakukan submisi artikel penelitian tersebut gitu. Nah, kemudian juga biasanya kita juga diminta untuk menulis cover letter gitu. Jadi selain tadi kita mengisi form, kemudian submit artikel gitu ya, kemudian kita juga diminta untuk membuat satu cover letter. Jadi terkait juga dengan manuskrip yang kita sampaikan. Kemudian baru kita upload gitu sesuai dengan jurnal targeted yang sudah kita pilih tadi di awal gitu. Nah, kemudian nanti baru kita akan mendapatkan hasil dari submission kita seperti apa gitu. Oke, nah ini juga terkait dengan beberapa hal yang cukup kita perlu perhatikan gitu ya teman-teman, terkait dengan kalau misalnya kita melakukan, yang perlu kita waspadai adalah kita harus menjaga terkait dengan integritas, kemudian kredibilitas gitu ya, dan juga etika gitu, karena jurnal penelitian juga meminta kita untuk menuliskan apa. Oke, nah ini sebelum kita tadi ya terkait dengan tips yang paling singkatnya gitu ya, kalau misalnya kita ingin melakukan submisi, maka yang pertama adalah kita perlu perhatikan adalah terkait dengan kontennya, kemudian scope-nya gitu, itu yang paling penting. Jadi tadi harus sesuai dengan tujuan dan tema dari jurnal tersebut. Yang kedua adalah terkait dengan penulisannya gitu ya, harus menggunakan referensi yang mutakhir yang 5-10 tahun, grammar ejaannya juga kalau misalnya dia walaupun nasional, tapi kan tadi ada juga beberapa jurnal yang minta tulisannya dalam bahasa Inggris, maka ejaannya pun juga harus baik gitu ya, penulisannya juga harus baik. Kemudian tadi abstrak maupun isinya pun juga harus sesuai dengan template yang diminta oleh jurnal tersebut. Nah, kemudian baru sesuaikan juga terkait dengan formatnya gitu ya, kadang-kadang juga ada penyesuaian terkait dengan tabel maupun gambar. Ada jurnal yang meminta misalnya tabel atau gambarnya digabung dengan artikel penelitian, tapi ada juga yang diminta sebagai gitu ya teman-teman, kalau misalnya melakukan submisi di satu jurnal penelitian, maka gunakanlah sitasi dari jurnal tersebut supaya mengangkat dari nama jurnal, supaya harapannya kita bisa diterima lebih cepat gitu ya. Oke, mungkin demikian presentasi dari saya. Kalaupun misalnya ada yang ingin ditanyakan silahkan. Mungkin sebagai penutup ada sedikit pantun gitu ya, boleh dijawab dengan cakep, boleh. Pergi ke pasar membeli buku, jangan lupa juga beli pena. Menulis ilmiah penuh ilmu, bermanfaat bagi bangsa dan dunia. Baik, terima kasih. Saya tutup. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Oki, for the insightful and informative presentation. Please give another round of applause to Dr. Oki. Next, we now proceed to the second welcoming remarks. CGIF, to deliver the remarks. Mr. Farouk, the floor is yours.
Baik, thank you for the MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, this close to noon time, we can get together to have this program, about the scientific writing. Thanks, for the first speaker, Dr. Oki Afetla Pratiwi, who has given her presentation, And then also I would like to welcome, at the same time, Professor Daniel Hoffman, that would also, give the presentation about the same subject, a seminar for national and international publication. So thank you too for the organizer, the head of the study program of the public health, Bu Sandra, and also I saw there the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Health Science and Technology. And of course, I would like to thank all of you who have come here, to listen this presentation. I think this is, important topic for us, just for your information, our university is undergoing the transformation, We have 3 core values, like international, digital, and virtue, So this is part of our transformation where we encourage the lecturers to publish more. Because in Indonesia, we have this, we call it jabatan fungsional academic or like academic career, When you teach perhaps in the US, like, first assistant lecturer, assistant professor, associate professor, and professor, right? So we have the same, with different name, So for this progression, writing is very important, because we encourage our lecturers to, to follow this progression. So at least, most of our lecture, we expect to be like associate professor, in the next like 2-3 years. So then, I saw then this is important. And then thank you, of course, for coming here. I saw the Rutgers University. It was not very far from my university before. I did my MA in economics at New York University. So I think around 1 hour, right, by car from NYU to the Rutgers University. So then I saw your background actually is nutrition, right? So then there is area also something that we can collaborate, Because one of our study program is the nutrition, under this Faculty of Health Science and Technology. Overall, we have 14 study program, Just to give you a background, First, we have the Faculty of Nursing and Midwifery. So we have 4 study program there: nursing, midwifery, and profession. In Indonesia, after you finish the bachelor degree, then you need to do the profession, finally when you want to work, 1 year. So we have 2 for the nursing and midwifery. And then, the largest number of our study program here is in this Faculty of Health Science and Technology, We have this, public health, and we have nutrition. We have the occupational and health safety, and then we have pharmacy, and then what else? Technology. So we have 6 study program. And then the latest one, we have the Faculty of Business and Social Science. It was just recently established, We have 4 study program: management, psychology, and digital business. And then what else? Management or social welfare. So here are 14. So I think this kind of collaboration, we encourage this like, guest speakers, like yourself, and then perhaps, in the near future, we can set up, more, communication where can we collaborate more, between yourself and our university, or if you want to take your institution also, we are open for that, for the discussion. I think, that's it. I think, my introduction, So again, we thank you all for you, who have taken the time to come. And then, for the first speaker, Ibu Oki and Mr. Hoffman, So this hopefully is not the beginning and the end, This beginning, and we will continue our, communication. That's it for me for now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to all you all.
Thank you, Mr. Farouk, for the introduction and speech. We will now have a photo group at the front. Di depan, Bu? Ya, oke. Jadi teman-teman kita akan melakukan foto, kita akan melakukan foto bersama, tetapi teman-teman hanya duduk di tempat saja, nanti akan ada kameramen yang mengambil foto. Dipersilakan. Satu, dua, tiga. Sekali lagi ya. 1, 2, 3. Oke. Oke, kita akan melakukan gaya binawan ya teman-teman. Segitiga seperti biasa. Oke, 1, 2, 3. Oke, terima kasih. Oke, kita akan lanjut ke sesi kedua. It is now my great pleasure to introduce our second speaker, Professor Daniel J. Hoffman, PhD. Professor Daniel J. Hoffman, PhD, is a professor in the Department of Nutritional Science at Rutgers University, USA, Director of the Program in International Nutrition, and a member of the Global Health Institute of Rutgers University. He earned his PhD in human nutrition from Tufts University and is internationally recognized for his expertise in human energy expenditure, body composition, global nutrition, and metabolic health. Professor Hoffman has conducted research in several countries, including Brazil, Mexico, and Kenya, and has authored more than 65 peer-reviewed scientific papers. He has received numerous prestigious recognitions, including the Fulbright Scholar Award. Today, he will deliver a presentation entitled Scientific Writing for International Publication. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Daniel J. Hoffman, PhD. Professor, the floor is yours.
That's the extent of my bahasa, except for saya mamakan. So I learned the very important ones. Is my presentation ready? So while we're getting that ready, I want to say that the first seminar, that was excellent. It's actually much nicer than what I'm going to show you. And I also want to ask, how is everyone's English? Because if you don't understand, I can repeat, and I will try to speak as slowly as possible. Okay. 1 minute? Okay. Any questions before I begin? Okay, so what I will do is, as an introduction summary, everything that Dr. Oke presented was in extreme detail, and that's very helpful. What I am going to do is kind of give you the editor's perspective on those topics. So it will be less practical and a little bit more philosophical. You will see what the editors are thinking and what you can do to improve your paper when you first submit, because the first submission is the most important step. Because if you get rejected after submission, that's the worst thing. So I hope with my presentation I can at least show you how to write the paper to get it to review. Because once you get it to review, you are on path to the publication. Does that make sense? Okay. Now we can wait another minute. I have the pen drive. Would that be easier, Sandra? With a mem, it's okay. I don't like looking at myself. So you have to go.
I will come back
Okay.
for lunch with you.
Okay,
Yeah?
very
Okay.
good, very good. See you. Okay, so as I can use the time to introduce my background, I have a little bit in a picture, but I grew up in the northern part of the United States near Canada, and after university I then moved to the east, and I've lived on the east coast from between Boston, Washington, D.C., and now New Jersey. And I have conducted research now, I don't want to say how long because I will look too old, but over 30 years, primarily focusing on growth retardation or stunting. And we conduct clinical studies. We've conducted this in Brazil and Mexico. And right now we are trying to start some programs in Kalimantan, which is where I will be going tomorrow, working with some of the communities near Palangkaraya. Rutgers has a very successful research program working with the orangutans. And so we will be parallel to that program, but working with the humans and not with the orangutans. And so in this time, I have primarily worked on doing clinical studies, looking at body composition, energy metabolism, and so forth. Okay. You're welcome. Thank you. And I think we are almost. Okay, there we are. Okay, so I'd like to include this quote from William Shakespeare in which he said, "Brevity is the soul of wit." And this is a very important thing for scientific writing. You want to be concise and you want to be clear. The more you talk, the more confusion there can be. So remember this very simple quote that brevity is how you will make a point. And I can advance this. Okay, so to give you some background, because you may not know who I am, I'm a senior editor for the Food and Nutrition Bulletin, an associate editor for the European Journal of Clinical Nutrition, and an associate editor for the Journal of Nutrition. So I have over 20 years of editorial experience. In the past, I was an editor for Appetite. I was the deputy editor for the British Journal of Nutrition. And a small secret, please don't reveal this. In 1 year, I will become the editor-in-chief for the British Journal of Nutrition. And I've also been a section editor for Human Biology and also the Encyclopedia of Human Nutrition. So I love to write, and this is why I get into this type of editorial work. I've been a reviewer for multiple publications, and I will just, if there's anything you remember today, please review papers. If you get an invitation to review, it helps you and it helps the community. Reviewing is very, very important. Oops, what happened? Okay. So, oops. Hold on. Okay. So this is where Minnesota is. It's in the northern part of the United States, and the reason I'm very hot now is the average temperature for 4 months of the year is about minus 15 to minus 20 Celsius. So it's an extremely cold community, and I'm not used to the heat. And there was one picture I was going to show you that in the winter, we are able to go, does everybody know what a lake is? We are able to fish on the lake. We can drive onto the lakes because they freeze to about 1 meter, and people will actually fish during the winter. Okay, Rutgers University, if you don't know, it was one of the original 13 colonial colleges. Before the United States was formed, it was called Queens College. Then it was part of what's now called the Ivy League, but we became public about 100 years ago. And Rutgers is located in New Jersey, which sits between Washington, D.C. and New York. So some of this will be repetitive. We did not talk before the seminar, but why do you publish? Well, first of all, you want, if you have one promotion. So those are the two personal reasons. Scientific research is to communicate this. Second, if you are trying to get promoted, you want to build what is called a body of literature. So you need to publish to develop that body. Then the last two, these are more philosophical. One, you want a job or you want to have a promotion. So the process of publications, and I have to say that the first seminar presented this much more eloquently than what I have, but the manuscript is received by the journal, and the first editor reviews it. That is the most important period, because it is at that point that the editor will decide to either desk reject or to send it for review. And one point I wanted to clarify with the previous seminar, the cover letter is helpful, but in my opinion, I almost never read the cover letter. The paper is the most letter. So at this third point, the editor decides to accept and send it for review or to reject it. The seminar that I'm going to give is to hopefully help you get to the review. But there's some fatal flaws that will cause it to be a desk rejection. So once we send it out for review, we get 1 to 3 reviewers, and these reviewers are important. They are just like me, just like all of you. They don't get paid to review. And there's a very serious global problem right now because there are so many journals that are coming up. Everyone is having trouble getting reviewers. So I really, if there's anything I ask you to do, please review when you get an invitation. So the comments from the reviewers are then sent back to the editor where I review them and I make a decision. Should I reject after the review, or do I offer the chance to have a resubmission? So then that's where I make the decision. If it goes for a resubmission, I will look at them again, and the reviewers help me decide, do we accept it or not? Now, of course, I grew up speaking and writing English, and for anyone who has English as their native language, writing is difficult. And I recognize that if English is your second language, it's much more difficult. So I appreciate that. Nonetheless, if you are submitting to an English journal, you have to pay attention that the expectation is you will write as well as I. Clarity is extremely important. You should write so that it's very understandable from sentence to sentence. The references are very important too. Make sure that they are current, meaning if you have no references from 2026 or 2025, it starts to become a problem. You need to show that you are staying current. The fourth point, well, fourth point, revise. Oftentimes people will write the paper, correct some grammatical issues, and then submit. With every paper, even the ones I write, we revise anywhere from 8 to 20 times before we submit. Because as you revise, the paper gets better. And think about writing as telling a story. You are not simply taking information and just putting it onto the paper. You're telling a story, and you want to convince the reviewers that the story is valid, it's worthwhile, and it should be published. You are also building an argument. You are using data to support your conclusions. And so you have to think a little bit like a lawyer. You have to use the data as evidence to prove that your client is either guilty or innocent. So these are some strategies for publication. Again, this is to at least get your paper to be reviewed. So the first one, you have to have a strong rationale. Just because you did the research is not reason enough to publish. You have to show that what you are doing is important. It has to be explained clearly in the introduction. And here's something I will tell you too. Most reviewers will read the abstract and then the introduction. And that is where they either get motivated to continue reading the paper or they decide that it just is not good enough. So put a lot of time into the abstract and the introduction. The discussion, I find, is the most fun part to write. It's also a tricky one because you are comparing your results to previous publications. An important point for the discussion is to not simply repeat what your results are. The discussion is the chance for you to take the most important results and explain how they are advancing the field. The second to bottom one, for a lot of journals, you can suggest who the reviewers might be. And the editor may or may not accept your suggestion, but you have the possibility to do that. The last point is a little bit of diplomacy. If you are saying, I would like Hoffman to review my papers, but you have not cited any of my work, that can be a problem. So if you're asking someone to review, make sure you have discussed some of their research. It's just a very small diplomatic point. So again, brevity, clarity, logic, and consistency. If you're using a term at the beginning, use the same term every time. Do not change things throughout. You want to be consistent, and you also want to have a logical progression. Now, this structure, which I call the Roberts formula, after my advisor who taught me to write this way, it's a very structured way of making an introduction readable and convincing without getting into too much information. So I always tell students, first thing you have to do is prepare an outline. An outline is like a map, because if you don't have a map, you don't know how you're going to get to your location. With an outline, you know what you want to talk about and how. So the first paragraph, you want to explain why is the topic important and what was your objective. You want to have a lot of information in that first paragraph because, again, while you are writing for the world, only 3 people are going to make a decision about your paper. You are writing for those people. So the more you can have a first introduction be interesting, they will want to continue to read. The second paragraph should be key details about the research. 3 to 4, and it's not strict, you don't have to do 5, you could do 6. You want to expand and get more specific in each paragraph. Then you want to summarize. So I do often say that the first sentence of the introduction and discussion should be very similar because you're orienting the reader to what is the main topic. Every sentence should follow the previous sentence. Again, that's part of the logic. If you're switching and you're talking about one thing, then suddenly switch to another, it creates confusion. You don't want the reader to have to ask questions to clarify your writing. You should answer those questions as you write. And again, you're telling a story and making an argument. So I'm just going to give some very quick examples. I don't want to have everybody read this too much. But if you notice in this paragraph, the very first sentence is a factual sentence that orients you to what the topic is going to be. This is clearly a paper talking about obesity. But then we get to the last sentence and we talk about how nobody knows how these different factors influence obesity. And I'm going to skip over this. And so again, those paragraphs are designed because you're writing for 2 or 3 reviewers only. Reviewers, again, like I said, they're human, just like you and me, and they're busy. Reviewing a paper can take anywhere from 30 minutes to 12 hours, depending upon what the paper is like. You're asking someone to work for free, so you want to make their job easy. Reviewers also have opinions, and they can also be in good moods or bad moods. They may or may not know you. And so everything you're doing is to make their job easy, that they should be able to read and not ask you any questions to clarify. Because once they ask a question as they're reviewing, they will start to ask more questions, and that's where you start to go down the path to rejection. So again, you want to write to make the reviewer happy. The abstract and the paragraph, the abstract and the introduction, again, are probably the most important points. Spend your time on those to make sure those are well written. The methods generally tend to be very standard. The results tend to be very standard, and then the discussion. The very directly. You don't want to cite an author and misinterpret their research. It does happen, I've seen it. Oops. Okay, so responding to reviewers. This is very important because if it's reviewed and it says resubmit, you can sometimes have 1 page of comments, or you can have 6 pages of comments that you have to respond to. If you want to be published, you have to respond to every single point. First off, again, you're writing to humans, so be polite. Explain your reasoning for what you're doing with diplomacy. You don't just tell somebody, I disagreed with you, you don't know what you're talking about, I'm not going to make that change. No, you thank them, even though in your mind you might not like them, you thank them and then you explain. Also, be humble, but do not be intimidated. Just because it's a reviewer, that reviewer may or may not be more published than you. You don't know who they are. But don't be intimidated just because they reviewed it. If you disagree, please explain why. Last, look at the comments as helping you. A reviewer is not going to spend 2 or 3 hours reviewing a paper and then writing comments because they don't want your paper published. They're doing that because they are helping you make the paper better. And I have one story of a paper we submitted to a very high-level journal. The journal we sent it to, we only had to go through 1 set of reviews. So the comments are all there to help it become a better paper. These are just a couple examples of responses we have sent to reviewers, and I'm not going to ask you to read them because there's a lot. But if you notice, you will often see, thank you for this comment. You should put that at every single one. Thank them for their time. Thank you for your comment. If so, you just state that you did. If you did not make the change, explain why. And try to be as diplomatic as possible. These are just a couple examples, and I will make these available so you can read them. But if you notice, what we're doing is simply going through, and it's almost like a conversation, explaining why or why not you're making this change. Okay, I'm going to skip these. Whoops. The last thing I will talk about is AI. This AI has, in my opinion, I hate it. It has caused more problems as a teacher and as an editor. I'm teaching a course right now. It's an online course, and I just reviewed one of the quizzes yesterday, and there's one essay question. Almost every student had the same answer. And I sent a message to them. I said, I hope you're not using AI, because if you are, I'm going to change the exams. AI is just, it's a big problem. It's a new tool. It's a new problem. It's complicated everything. The number of papers that are coming in that are AI generated is just, it's phenomenal. Even the references, people are using AI to make references. Some of these references don't even exist. And unfortunately, there are publications where they later discovered that they were AI generated. So the future is complicated. I'm not sure what we're going to do. So I do have to say for this part of the presentation, I did use AI. Okay, I will explain why. I don't think it's evil, but it can be. I often use the analogy that AI is like a scalpel. Would you give a 2-year-old child a scalpel, that the surgeons use? No. But you would give a scalpel to a surgeon who knows how to use it. So it's a tool that can be used, but it has to be used in a very ethical manner. And the reason I used AI for this part of the presentation was it did save me time. The information I'm going to show you, I was able to find in about 2 minutes. If I had gone independently to every source, it probably would have taken me a few days. So again, it's a tool. It's just like an automobile. You don't let a 5-year-old drive an automobile. You let somebody who's been trained and so forth. So what is happening, this is from the National Institutes of Health. There are cases of data fabrication where AI has been used to make up data that is then used in papers. We've had fake citations, so that's another big problem. And then we also have the problem with plagiarism, that AI will take information from other papers, and if you don't know where it came from, you can't put a reference. And that becomes a case of plagiarism. And as Dr. Oke said, self-plagiarism is a problem too. I cannot, once you publish, the publisher owns that work. Just because I wrote the paper doesn't mean I can take an exact sentence and use it in another paper, because I don't own that sentence, and that's considered plagiarism. Another problem is attribution. And what that means is that if you do something with AI, there's nobody behind it. And so if it has fake data, there's nobody to be responsible for that. The other part is transparency. When you are writing a paper, we know that you are doing the work. But if you're using AI and it's doing some work that is not really accountable, you're responsible for that. And then it's also having a problem because some people are using AI to review papers. They will have AI scan a paper, and here's a big problem with AI scanning a paper. If you have spent 1 year working on a paper and writing it, and then you send it to a journal, and a reviewer you don't know puts it into the computer and uses AI, all of your work is now in the internet. That somebody later may use AI and actually pull from the paper that you wrote, even before it was published. So in terms of review, what we don't know is that we want humans doing this because it will be direct and it will be a very short connection. But if they're using AI to review, it's more complicated. You also have what I consider to be the most important part of review. If you're using AI to write or to review, you are losing that human component. And the human component is what makes all of this work important, especially for reviewing. And then you have review manipulation. There are things which are called paper mills, and they're basically places that will generate research to be submitted to journals. So journals are now developing AI policies. They're developing rapidly, so I don't even know some of them because we have a team that works on this. What I can tell you is that the policies they're making are to protect you as an author and to protect the journal reputation. So they're using a lot of new systems. They're actually using AI to detect AI. But this is becoming a problem because we get thousands of papers a year, and it's just making the work for the editors much more difficult. So these are a couple examples from Nature Publishing. Nature does not allow any AI. Even if you say that AI was used to make your abstract, they will reject it. Some have mandatory disclosures which will say AI was used for something. As long as you disclose that, they will continue to work with you. Then you have an exemption. Sometimes you will take your paper and you might put into AI to check the grammar. that's acceptable for some publications. The bottom line is, don't use AI to write your paper. You can use it to correct some things, but not to write the paper. Confidentiality is also important. Nature prohibits the reviewers from uploading. But again, that's Nature publishing. Not every publisher has all of these details yet. Then you also have the reporting of AI use. So at least if you're going to use it, it has to be reported. And it doesn't mean the paper is less important. Again, for editorial use, things, so this is where they kind of say how we can use it. We've allowed ourselves to use AI if we're posting onto social media. There are ways to summarize that AI will do a very good job and is in-house. It's not being released to the internet. So again, it can be helpful, but it is not a human author and is not a human reviewer. I would say use it in a limited manner to assist your thoughts. And when in doubt, always ask the journal for advice. And I see that I'm coming to my final point, but I just wanted to say, in terms of papers, this is a point I should have made a while ago. Sample size calculations. How many of you do work where you have to have a sample size calculation? Most. It's becoming increasingly common that if you do not include a sample size calculation in your methods, that will be a desk rejection. Simply because if we don't know how you got the sample size, everything else is suspect. So please, if you're doing any work with samples, it's one sentence. You just have to include a very simple sample size calculation. That's really important. So again, it's been a pleasure to be here. I hope you learned something. I think Dr. Oke presented a lot of these details, and I think I provided some insight behind that. So I just want to say thank you, and terima kasih. And if anyone has questions, please ask.
Please give another round of applause to Professor Daniel J. Hoffman. I would like to invite Dr. Oke to please come with us in front. Oke, jadi teman-teman kita akan membuka sesi diskusi dan tanya jawab. Bagi teman-teman yang ingin bertanya kepada Profesor Daniel dan juga Dr. Oke, dipersilakan untuk mengangkat tangannya dan juga menyebutkan nama dan juga pertanyaannya. Dipersilakan. Oke, Dr. Sandra.
Okay, thank you. I think actually I have lots of questions. Yeah, because yeah, we just try to write a draft. I think it's much very difficult, especially for us doing the lectures, and then we have academic activities as well, and so many activities for us as lecturers. But then the problem is, our first language is not English. That's the main problem. I think all of us here got the same problem also. And, just like what you told us before about AI, yeah, for us, if we pay for proofread, it's very costly, very expensive. One page is around $3. $3. For us, is now the dollars is sky high, so we pay more, and not many proofread available here. So that we try to discuss with AI. Yes, it's a very bad actually. But then we try to get the prompt. What is? Can you give like a good prompt? So how to give instruction to the AI. Please help us to proofread this or can give review to our paper, or just like what to give the prompt to the AI. And second, actually this is actually my personal problems. Yeah, a few years ago, I submitted my paper to one of Scopus in Indonesia, local in Indonesia, 23. And then I wait, I think, for 1 year to get the review back to me, and I reply back the review, and I wait until now. They never reply back, and I don't know what is the status. The status is still under review. I try to ask the journal, the editor, and so on, but they never reply. However, I cannot bring back my paper because it's already put in the Mendeley, because they check my Turnitin to their Mendeley in the university, so that it's already in their what we call in their repository. So if I get back my paper and send back to another journal, they will, the Turnitin will be sky high because it's the same paper. They will read the same paper, and the similarity will be more than 80% because it's the same paper. I just changed the reference. I just changed the new reference for the paper because it's already obsolete, because it's in 2023. I think not half of the references more than 5 years. So what should I do for that? Thank you so much.
You can offer your opinion. That's difficult. So I'm not familiar with Mendeley taking submitted papers. Oh, is what? Okay. I would say the first step, again, is to contact the editor. You said they had not replied. I would write again. And this is most of the editor's job, is replying. I will have to say there's a paper I'm responsible for from Indonesia that has been over a year, and so I hope the author is not here. I apologize. But the problem is I've recruited 27 reviewers, and none of them accepted to review. And that causes delays, because inviting a reviewer can take, a week for them to reply, and then they have to, so it's, I would write to the editor and just very nicely say, I need to know what's going to happen, or I'm going to retract the paper. The problem as far as it being in a repository, I don't know, because I wasn't aware that
So before I I submitted the paper, they asked me to to check the Turnitin in their repository. So I should submit the paper to the university repository, and then, however, I cannot delete it. It's already on the repository, so that when I submit to another journal, they will read it. Yeah.
Okay, so I think the short answer would be, if you are able to retract the paper and then you submit it to a new journal, they're not going to be using it against the university's repository to scan for AI. I don't think so. But you can always, in the letter, explain to them that the paper is in the university repository, so that if they check, because they will be able to see if it's been published before. Okay, what's your opinion?
Ya, thank you. Jadi kalau misalnya terkait dengan penggunaan AI, mungkin kalau misalnya saat sekarang yang mau tidak mau ya Bu, kita memang menggunakan AI. Apalagi kalau misalnya untuk penggunaan ide misalnya itu bisa kita gunakan. Tapi ya memang tidak menulis langsung secara keseluruhan. Nah, kalaupun misalnya terkait dengan Turnitin ya memang mau tidak mau itu juga pernah saya mengalami juga terkait dengan kalau misalnya kita sudah submit ke dalam Turnitin kemudian tidak di-delete terkait dengan artikel tersebut, memang Turnitinnya nanti yang kedua malah lebih besar dibandingkan ketika hasil yang pertama. Mungkin ya sebagai saran mungkin kita bisa meminta untuk mendelete terkait dengan artikel yang di awal, atau ya mau tidak mau kita harus melakukan parafrase ulang terkait dengan artikel yang sudah kita submit sebelumnya, supaya tadi bisa mengurangi terkait dengan Turnitinnya. Seperti itu mungkin Bu Sandra.
I agree. Other questions? Your one? Yes. That's a question.
Okay.
And please, don't be afraid to speak English now. If I try to answer in Bahasa, it will be a very short answer. So please, don't feel bad.
Okay, thank you for giving time to me. So let me introduce myself. My name is Rebecca. My major is nutrition. So I want to ask for Dr. Oki. Thank you for your presentation. That's very good and interesting to me. And please allow me to ask in Bahasa. So my question is, tadi dijelaskan dari presentasi Dr. Oki tadi itu terkait cinta. Jadi pertanyaan saya adalah dengan semakin banyaknya tuntutan terkait publikasi pada jurnal yang terindeks Sinta tersebut seperti Sinta 1, Sinta 2 dan lain sebagainya, apakah menurut dokter itu hal itu tuh berpotensi mendorong peneliti lebih berfokus ke publikasi dibandingkan bagaimana sih pentingnya research itu dan isi dari penelitian tersebut. Lalu karena saya sekarang semester 6 dan saya akan menyusun salah satu tuntutan dari universitas yaitu menyusun skripsi. Jadi indikator apa sih yang biasanya yang paling penting untuk kita ketahui sebagai mahasiswa atau peneliti pemula untuk membedakan jurnal yang bereputasi dan jurnal yang predator? Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih. Mungkin saya langsung jawab ya. Kalaupun misalnya terkait dengan jurnal, kita mau tahu apakah jurnal tersebut termasuk jurnal yang predator ataupun tidak, ya salah satunya tadi adalah men-search-nya itu melalui Sinta ataupun juga dengan Google Scholar, maupun juga misalnya bisa dengan Simago ataupun Scopus. Itu yang bisa kita lakukan. Dengan demikian kita akan bisa tahu misalnya tujuan jurnal kita mau apa nih. Misalnya Mbak mau udah punya satu targetan jurnal, misal terkait dengan jurnal kesehatan masyarakat misalnya gitu ya. Kemudian kita search di dalam website engine-nya, maka kita akan bisa menilai, oh ternyata ini jurnalnya dia nanti terkategori apakah memang Sinta 1, 2 dan seterusnya ataukah belum gitu. Nah, itu pun juga kita akan bisa tahu, kemudian kita akan bisa mau melanjutkan submission ataupun tidak gitu. Nah, tapi terkait dengan Sinta gitu ya, mungkin kalau misalnya terkait dengan mahasiswa belum ada satu kewajiban apakah memang publikasi kita ini memang harus di Sinta 1 ataupun Sinta 2 gitu. Tapi kalau misalnya mahasiswa kan namanya baru belajar, yang penting ibaratnya jurnalnya sudah terindeks dan tidak abal-abal, karena ibaratnya gini, ada beberapa jurnal yang kita cukup hanya membayar saja terus tiba-tiba langsung publikasi tanpa direview sama sekali. Nah, kalau bisa mahasiswa jangan yang seperti itu gitu, karena kan kita bahwa melakukan publikasi itu kan ada integritasnya juga gitu kan, dan kredibilitas tadi, sehingga kalaupun misalnya kita mau melakukan publikasi ya baiknya tadi jurnalnya itu adalah jurnal yang terindeks minimal gitu, sehingga nanti kita bisa mempertanggungjawabkan ke depannya juga. Karena kan tadi nama kita misalnya masuk ke dalam satu jurnal, ternyata jurnalnya jurnal predator, kan nama kita juga jadi jelek nantinya gitu. Sebenarnya saya punya juga satu penelitian yang ibaratnya awalnya penelitian saya itu disubmit ke dalam jurnal internasional yang sudah terindeks, tapi ternyata jurnal tersebut turun gitu, mengalami penurunan terkait dengan indeksnya gitu. Nah itu pun juga kan sebenarnya jadi salah satu, ini kayaknya sayang juga kenapa pernah tersubmit di jurnal seperti itu. Nah harapannya ke depannya, kalau misalnya teman-teman melakukan submission jurnal, baiknya perlu dilihat juga gitu ya, supaya nanti ke depannya juga akan nama kita juga akan tetap selalu baik, seperti itu mungkin.
Baik, Rebecca, apakah menjawab pertanyaan jawaban dari Dr. Oki?
Terima kasih Dr. Oki atas jawabannya. Sebelumnya mungkin ini hal yang menarik juga ya menurut saya terkait tadi soal penulisan, dan kemarin itu sempat ada kasus yang viral juga di media sosial, itu di Denmark. Itu kasusnya tentang musuh di Denmark, dan itu sangat amat menyayangkan dan membawa nama Indonesia tapi banyak masyarakat Indonesia juga yang ikut dalam forum tersebut. Itu pun juga jadi terdampak, misalnya dokter-dokter yang memang punya penelitian yang memang real di lapangan gitu ya, tapi karena mengikuti event yang sama juga jadi jangan-jangan ini dokternya ikut penelitiannya pun juga jadi abal-abal gitu. Padahal sebenarnya tidak. Nah itu sebenarnya juga menjadi salah satu juga momen kita untuk ibaratnya nanti kalau misalnya melakukan publikasi gitu ya, itu tetap harus menjunjung tinggi terkait dengan integritas maupun kredibilitas gitu, sehingga nanti kalaupun misalnya nanti di forum internasional gitu, kita memang bisa menunjukkan bahwa penelitian kita ini real dilakukan, dan juga memang
Dr. Oki atas jawabannya, dan Rebecca yang ingin memberikan pertanyaan mungkin. Oke, baik, Ibu Lina, disilakan.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Janel Hoffman. My name is Lina Agestika. I'm a lecturer from a nutrition study program. Recently, I am taking a doctoral course in IPB University. What I want to ask is, I have many experience submitting my draft. Some of them got accepted, and many of them got rejected. So there are two, my experience are, one, I got rejected from the editorial desk, and second, I got the review one round, and after that I got a good feedback from the reviewer, and I revised based on their comments. However, after that, after waiting for 1 year, it got rejected. They said it was due to no reviewer acceptance. I mean, nobody want to review my manuscript. So yeah, but I just like, oh, that's it. And then my recent draft also right now was submitted in one Q1 journal, and right now after 3 months waiting for reviewer assignment, and what I want to know is in the perspective of the editorial office in the top tier journal like Q1 or Q2 international journal, what is the most accountable criteria for a manuscript to pass the desk review in editorial office? And maybe there was difference between Q1 or Q2, especially for Nature journal, which we dreamed of to submit and publish there. So what is actually the criteria for us to make a great manuscript to be accepted in this kind of journal? So thank you.
If I could answer that, so when you think about top journals, Nature, Science, New England Journal of Medicine, the papers that get submitted to those journals and get accepted are generally extremely unique in either the question, their methods, or the conclusions. And I also find the better the journal, the less likely you will have delays. For Journal of Nutrition, I get a weekly email that shows which papers are not being reviewed so that I then have to go bother the reviewers. And if I don't, then the editor sends me an email and says, start working. As you get to lower level journals, the editors may have never met. I'm trying to think, Frontiers is a journal, the editorial board, they never meet. They probably don't know each other. So the personal accountability is diminished. And I have my own opinion about the idea of this, who has to submit to each one, because I will never publish in the New England Journal of Medicine. It's just not a journal. Even Nature, I just don't do work that is so specific that I could get in there. The benefit of that is you do get a reviewer from very good reviewers that help you for the next submission. So I think, one, the way to avoid delays is to choose the journal that has a slightly higher status. The other is to be in communication. Some authors are very aggressive, and they will write to me after a month and say, where is my paper? I submitted a month ago, where are the reviews? You tend to, you have to remind the editors, because the system, it depends on the platform, but not all platforms are letting the journal know that there's a problem. And so some papers get forgotten, because like I was saying, the one paper, 27 reviewers I tried to find. And as I'm looking for those reviewers, I'm getting more papers. And slowly that one, it's like the last child of a family. Nobody knows the name of the youngest child because you have 7 children before. So it's difficult, and it's a problem because we are getting so many more submissions. AI is complicating it. So the responsibility is with you to communicate with the editor. How to avoid desk rejection, one, you have to identify a gap, and you have that in your slide. If your work is not advancing the field, it's less likely to get reviewed. If you just write a paper that you did a cross-sectional study and college students about something, nobody cares. You have to show how what you have done is advancing the field and also globally. And for countries like Indonesia, that's difficult because if it's an important topic in Indonesia, you have to show how that topic is also important in other places, or how unique it is. It's the unique aspect that you have to focus on. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you, Professor Daniel, for the answer. Bu Linda, apakah menjawab, Ibu? Apa ada yang ingin ditanyakan lagi? Oh iya, Pak.
Thank you for the answer, Professor. Is that okay for me to send email to the editorial office and ask for my manuscript?
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, until they accept it, they don't own the paper. That's your paper until it's accepted, and if they're not treating you well, tell them.
Yeah, because I am afraid to be an annoying author. No. And it's also good because, like I said, this one paper, and I'm embarrassed that it's an Indonesian author. He's been very aggressive in his emails, which has been good for me to then work a little harder. But again, it's just, that's part of the system, and it really started to get lost. But writing to the editor or the editorial office is not a problem. Okay, thank you so much.
That's why they put their emails on the websites.
Thank you.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Lina atas pertanyaannya, and thank you for your answer, Professor Hoffman. Apakah ada lagi yang ingin bertanya? Mungkin kepada Dr. Oki dan juga Professor Hoffman? Dari mahasiswa mungkin tadi ada satu, Rebecca. Mungkin dari sebelah kanan saya, apakah ada?
I do have. So I realized I did not answer one of Sandra's questions, which was...
Oke, Profesor Hoffman akan menjawab lagi.
So, if English is not your first language, how do you not use AI to help you write? And I would say my first step is use the outline. Because the outline is going to orient you, and the outline will show you can use the outline as your first sentence. So you really only have to write 4 or 5 sentences, which is, what is the main topic? And when it comes after that first sentence, you're summarizing other research. And that you can do that by reading the papers, looking at their conclusion, and just take the time to summarize on your own. Then you have another sentence. So your brain, in terms of English, only has to write 2 or 3 new sentences. You can use those references to help you determine how to write the middle part. Does that make sense? And again, I know it's, you know, I have students who grew up speaking English. They hate to write. And if you don't like to write, it's always going to be a problem. And then the second problem is a second language. So I completely understand the challenges, which is why I like to give these seminars, to give you some tips to at least avoid the desk rejection. The other big piece of advice, read. The only way you become a good writer in any language is to read. And if you want to write in English, you have to read, and you will see there are some authors, Walter Willett, he's the head of nutrition at Harvard School of Public Health. His writing is phenomenal. It's just, it's beautiful to read. Christopher Duggan, he's the editor of the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition. His writing is beautiful too. So, you know, scientific writing does not have to be boring. And I find it to be fun, but you have to read, and then you start to develop a sense of how people say things in those publications.
Oke, thank you Profesor Hoffman. Jadi kalau misalnya teman-teman tidak mengerti, maksudnya adalah ketika teman-teman ingin memulai menulis, mulailah untuk membaca ya teman-teman. Jangan takut untuk membaca, jangan malas untuk membaca. Bagaimanapun ketika nanti teman-teman mempunyai kesempatan untuk menulis dalam, oke. Mungkin ada lagi teman-teman yang ingin bertanya. Tadi Profesor Hoffman udah bilang jangan takut untuk bertanya dalam bahasa Inggris. Ya, apakah ada lagi? Mungkin dari sebelah kiri saya udah banyak. Ayo, jangan malu-malu mau bahasa Inggris, bahasa Indonesia. Ada teman-teman yang akan menutup sesi diskusi dan tanya jawab ini. Boleh tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk Profesor Hoffman dan juga Dr. Oki. You may now return to your seats. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us today. Oke, kita akan, baik Ibu. Teman-teman, sebelumnya kita akan memberikan mungkin piagamnya untuk para speakers kita pada hari ini, yaitu Bapak Profesor Hoffman dan juga Ibu Dr. Oki. Mungkin boleh maju ke depan lagi. Oke, dimulai dari mungkin pembicara pertama kita yaitu Dr. Oki. Dipersilakan untuk maju ke depan. Ya, kita akan melakukan sesi foto terlebih dahulu ya Ibu. Kamera siap, 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi, 1, 2, 3. Baik, terima kasih kepada Dr. Oki. Selanjutnya kepada Profesor, boleh tepuk tangannya terlebih dahulu kepada Dr. Oki. Terima kasih atas materinya. Selanjutnya pemberian piagam kepada Profesor Hoffman. Please come to us forward. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, please give another applause to Professor Daniel J. Hoffman. Okay, Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of today's scientific writing seminar. On behalf of the Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology, Binawan University, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our distinguished speakers, university leaders, committee members, and all participants for making this event success. We hope the knowledge and insights shared today will support your future academic, writing, and publication endeavors. Stay healthy, stay productive, and continue contributing to scientific advancement through research and publication. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Thank you.